Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. In the quiet hush of the afternoon, I stood in my small, sunlit kitchen, running a hand over the cool surface of the countertop. Resting just beside me, the old wooden drawer was slightly ajar. It had always been stubborn, creaking open and refusing to slide smoothly. Today, however, something was different. As I reached to close it, the fine grain of the wood felt unusually cold, a chill that seeped through my fingertips. I paused, listening to the faint hum of the refrigerator, the monotone buzz of distant traffic through the window. The drawer, lined with the familiar clutter of utensils, quivered gently, its contents barely shifting with a soft, almost imperceptible clinking of metal against wood. My fingers grazed the worn handle, feeling the subtle vibration, as if a subtle rhythm pulsed from deep within it. I leaned closer, the air around me growing still, a whisper of expectancy hanging in the room. The drawer sat, unmoving yet alive, echoing a secrecy that left the space around it hanging in thoughtful silence. I pulled my hand away, studying the gap between the drawer and its frame. The darkness inside seemed deeper than it should have been, considering how shallow the compartment was. The afternoon light streaming through the kitchen window cast everything in warm amber tones, yet the interior of the drawer remained stubbornly shadowed. A faint scent of burnt paper drifted upward, though I couldn't recall burning anything recently. The smell was acrid, sharp against the usual vanilla and coffee fragrance that typically filled my kitchen. The refrigerator's hum shifted pitch, dropping to a lower frequency that seemed to resonate in my chest. I pressed the drawer closed with a firm push, hearing the familiar resistance of warped wood against its frame. The click of the latch settling into place echoed strangely, as if the sound had bounced off walls that weren't quite where I remembered them being. I turned toward the window, watching dust motes dance in the slanted light. The traffic sounds had faded, leaving only the refrigerator's steady drone. My reflection in the glass looked back at me, but something about it seemed delayed, as if the image was catching up to my movements, a fraction of a second too late. I raised my hand to touch the cool surface of the glass, and my reflection mirrored the gesture, just slightly out of sync. The kitchen felt smaller than usual. The distance between the counter and the window seemed compressed, as if someone had quietly rearranged the space while I wasn't paying attention. I counted my steps from the sink to the stove, 4 steps. As always, but the rhythm felt wrong, like walking to music that was playing just a beat too slow. I opened the drawer again. The wooden handle felt warm now, almost feverish against my palm. Inside, the utensils lay in their usual disarray. Spatulas, whisks, measuring spoons scattered across the faded contact paper lining. But the shadows between them seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, creating patterns that suggested depth where there should have been none. A soft clinking sound came from within the drawer, metal against wood, barely audible above the refrigerator's hum. I reached inside, my fingers searching for the source of the noise. The contact paper felt rougher than I remembered, its surface textured with tiny bumps that scraped against my fingertips. When I pulled my hand back, small flecks of what looked like ash clung to my skin. The scent of burnt paper grew stronger. I checked the stove off, the toaster empty and unplugged. The smell seemed to be emanating from the drawer itself, seeping upward like invisible smoke. I leaned closer, inhaling deeply. Beneath the acrid burning scent, there was something else, something familiar yet wrong, like the smell of my own skin, but aged, weathered by years I hadn't lived through yet. I pulled the drawer out further, testing its usual resistance. Today it slid smoothly, almost eagerly, extending beyond what I thought was its normal range. The interior seemed longer than the exterior dimensions could accommodate, stretching back into shadows that the kitchen's bright lighting couldn't penetrate. My fingers traced the smooth wood of the extended drawer, feeling joints and seams that shouldn't have existed. The refrigerator's hum stopped abruptly, leaving the kitchen in profound silence. In that stillness, I could hear my own breathing, shallow and rapid. The traffic sounds from outside had vanished completely, as if the world beyond my kitchen window had simply ceased to exist. I glanced toward the glass, but my reflection was gone. The window showed only the interior of the kitchen, mirrored back at me like a funhouse trick. I pushed the drawer closed again, but this time it refused to shut completely. A gap remained, no wider than my thumb, but persistent despite my efforts. The darkness within seemed to pulse gently, like something breathing just out of sight. I could feel air moving through the gap, not the stale air of an enclosed drawer, but something fresher, carrying sense of places I'd never been. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle once more. The wood was cold again, so cold it almost burned. I jerked my fingers away and stepped back, watching the drawer carefully. It remained motionless, yet somehow expectant, as if waiting for me to make a decision I didn't understand. The kitchen around me felt increasingly unfamiliar. The wallpaper pattern seemed different, the same faded roses, but arranged in configurations that didn't match my memory. The light fixture overhead cast shadows at angles that defied the window's position. Even my own shadow seemed wrong, falling toward the sink when it should have stretched toward the stove. I tried to remember how long I'd lived in this kitchen, in this house. The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. Years, certainly, but the details blurred together, forming a continuous present that had no clear beginning. Had the drawer always been problematic? Had I always noticed these small inconsistencies, these moments when reality seemed to skip like a scratched record? The scent of burning paper intensified, now accompanied by something metallic and sharp. I opened the drawer one more time, compelled by a curiosity that felt both mine and foreign. The utensils inside had rearranged themselves into neat rows, their handles all pointing toward the back of the drawer where the shadows were deepest. I didn't remember organizing them this way. My fingers moved of their own accord, reaching past the familiar tools toward the darkness at the rear of the drawer. The wood felt different here, smoother, warmer, almost organic. As my hand disappeared into the shadows, the sensation changed. Instead of touching the back panel of the drawer, my fingers encountered empty space, cool air that moved gently against my skin. I should have pulled my hand back. Instead, I reached deeper, my arm disappearing up to the wrist in what should have been solid wood. The space beyond felt vast, impossible. My fingertips brushed against something soft and yielding fabric, perhaps, or paper worn thin by handling. I grasped it and slowly withdrew my hand. In my palm lay a folded piece of paper, yellowed with age and brittle at the edges. My handwriting covered both sides in ink that had faded to brown. I unfolded it carefully, reading words I didn't remember writing. The drawer opens inward. The kitchen breathes. I am forgetting how to be myself. The handwriting was mine, but the words felt foreign, as if someone else had guided my pen. turned the paper over, finding more text in the same faded ink. She stands at the counter, running her hand over the cool surface. The drawer is ajar. Today something is different. A chill ran through me as I recognized the description. These were the events of this afternoon, written in my own hand, but phrased as if observed by someone else. I checked the date at the top of the page, but the numbers were smeared beyond recognition. The paper felt older than it should have, ancient and fragile, despite the familiar curve of my letters. I folded the note and placed it on the counter, then reached into the drawer again. This time my hand encountered more papers, dozens of them, all covered in my handwriting. I pulled them out one by one, spreading them across the kitchen surface. Each page contained variations of the same scene, me standing in this kitchen, discovering this drawer, finding these very papers. The details shifted slightly between versions. Sometimes the light came from a different angle. Sometimes the refrigerator hummed in a different key. Sometimes my reflection in the window moved in perfect synchronization with my gestures. In one version, I was left-handed. In another, the kitchen faced west instead of east. A third described utensils I'd never owned, arranged in a drawer lined with blue contact paper instead of the faded floral pattern I remembered. But in every version, I found the papers. In every version, I read my own words describing events that felt both familiar and impossible. The most recent pages, if chronology had any meaning here, showed handwriting that grew increasingly erratic. The letters slanted at odd angles, the pressure varying from barely visible to deep gouges that tore through the paper. The final legible entry read, "I am not sure who is writing this. The hand moves, but the thoughts feel borrowed. Someone else is learning to be me." Below that, in handwriting I almost recognized, but couldn't quite place, was a single line. "The drawer remembers everything. The kitchen forgets nothing. She will understand soon." I looked up from the papers, suddenly aware that the quality of light in the kitchen had changed. The warm afternoon glow had shifted to something cooler, more clinical. The shadows fell in directions that made no geometric sense, creating pockets of darkness that seemed to exist independently of any light source. My reflection had returned to the window, but it moved with its own agenda, gesturing and turning its head while I stood perfectly still. The drawer remained open, its interior now clearly visible despite the shadows. I could see the back panel, solid wood marked with scratches and stains. There was no impossible depth, no space where my hand had reached into emptiness. The papers in my hands felt suddenly light, insubstantial, as if they might dissolve at any moment. I gathered the notes and tried to stuff them back into the drawer, but they wouldn't fit. The space that had seemed infinite moments before now appeared cramped, barely large enough for the usual collection of kitchen tools. The papers crumpled in my hands, their edges crumbling like autumn leaves. By the time I managed to force them into the drawer, they had disintegrated into fragments of yellowed pulp. The drawer closed smoothly, settling into its frame with a satisfied click. The kitchen returned to its normal proportions, the light resuming its proper angles. The refrigerator's hum restarted, drowning out the subtle sounds I hadn't realized I'd been hearing. Whispers, perhaps, or the rustle of paper in a place where no paper should exist. I stood at the counter, running my hand over its cool surface. The afternoon stretched peacefully around me, filled with familiar domestic sounds and the comfort of routine. The drawer beside me sat flush with its frame properly closed, showing no sign of the resistance that had troubled me earlier. Everything was exactly as it should be. The kitchen was the right size. The light fell at the correct angles. My reflection moved in perfect synchronization with my body. I felt calm, centered, completely myself. There was no reason for the slight unease that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. No explanation for the faint scent of burnt paper that seemed to cling to my fingers. I opened the drawer to retrieve a spoon for my coffee. Inside, the utensils lay in neat, organized rows, their handles all pointing toward the back of the compartment. I didn't remember arranging them this way, but the organization pleased me. Everything in its proper place, exactly where it belonged. The spoon felt cool and substantial in my hand as I closed the drawer with a gentle push. It settled into place with barely a sound, fitting perfectly within its frame. I turned toward the coffee maker, already anticipating the familiar ritual of afternoon preparation. Behind me, so faintly I might have imagined it, came the soft sound of paper rustling in a space where no paper existed. I didn't turn around. There was no reason to turn around. Everything was exactly as it should be. I standing in my kitchen, running my hand over the cool surface of the countertop. The afternoon light streams through the window, casting everything in warm, golden tones. The drawer beside me sits slightly ajar, just as it always has, just as it always will. Today, something is different, but I cannot remember what. Story 2. The correspondence anomaly. In the quiet corner of my study, where the faint ticking of an old clock barely nudged the silence, a small stack of stationery rested on the desk. The topmost envelope, once pristine and flat, now appeared slightly bulged, as if someone had placed something inside. I had left it empty the night before, returning it to its neat pile, untouched by any hands but mine. Curiosity nudged me to reach for it, the paper cool and textured under my fingers. As I lifted it, a soft rustling escaped from within, a whisper that should not have existed in the stillness. Section 1. This document serves as a record of observed phenomena, beginning with the discovery described above. I am maintaining this protocol as part of a self-directed investigation into what appears to be a sensory anomaly occurring within my personal workspace. My mental state remains stable, cognitive function unimpaired. The environment shows no signs of external intrusion or disturbance. The envelope in question measures standard commercial size, cream-colored stock with a subtle linen texture. Upon examination, the interior contained no physical objects, yet the rustling sound persists when handled. This acoustic phenomenon occurs consistently across multiple trials. The sound resembles paper friction, though no additional materials are present within the envelope's cavity. I have documented the precise positioning of all desk items using photographic reference. Temperature readings remain constant. No unusual odors detected. Lighting conditions stable throughout observation period. The rustling sound appears to respond to movement, becoming more pronounced when the envelope is lifted or rotated. Frequency analysis would be beneficial, though I lack proper equipment for such measurement. Section 2. Continuing observation protocol. The acoustic anomaly has evolved in character. What initially presented as simple paper friction now carries tonal variations, almost musical in nature. The envelope remains physically unchanged, though handling produces increasingly complex sound patterns. I have noticed the desk lamp flickers intermittently during examination periods. The oscillation follows no discernible pattern, though it never fully extinguishes. These fluctuations were not present during initial setup of the observation area, an unexpected development. While reviewing yesterday's notes, I discovered several words had become illegible. The ink appears faded in specific locations, though I recall writing with consistent pressure throughout. The affected words seem randomly distributed across the page, creating gaps in my documentation. The envelope's texture has begun to shift subtly under fingertip contact. What felt uniformly smooth now presents areas of varying roughness, as if the paper fibers were redistributing themselves. This tactile variation occurs without visible changes to the surface. A faint scent has emerged in the study, reminiscent of lavender, though no such fragrance source exists in the room. The aroma intensifies when handling the envelope, suggesting a correlation between tactile contact and olfactory response. Section 3, Protocol Continuation, exhibits concerning developments. The envelope now produces sounds that approximate whispered syllables when manipulated. Phonetic analysis proves difficult as the sounds resist clear interpretation. Hovering between meaningful speech and random acoustic phenomena, my written observations continue to degrade. Words disappear from completed sentences, leaving fragmented thoughts that no longer convey their original meaning. I have begun writing duplicate entries to counteract this degradation, though both versions show similar deterioration patterns. The desk surface beneath the envelope feels warm to touch, contrasting with the ambient temperature of surrounding objects. This thermal anomaly extends in a circular pattern, roughly matching the envelope's dimensions. The warmth pulses gently, resembling a slow heartbeat rhythm. Lighting fluctuations have intensified. The desk lamp now dims and brightens in response to my proximity to the envelope. The correlation appears intentional, though no mechanism could explain such interaction. Other light sources in the room remain unaffected. I experience pressure sensations on my forearms and shoulders during observation periods, as if gentle hands were resting there. No physical source accounts accounts for these tactile impressions. The sensations are not unpleasant, merely unexpected and without rational explanation. The lavender scent has grown stronger, accompanied by undertones I cannot identify. The fragrance carries emotional associations, triggering memories of places I have never visited and people I have never met. Section 4. Observation parameters require adjustment. As standard measurement criteria no longer apply effectively to current phenomena. The envelope has begun to exhibit properties that challenge conventional understanding of paper materials and acoustic behavior. Sound production now occurs without physical manipulation. The envelope generates soft whispers while resting undisturbed on the desk surface. These vocalizations seem to pose questions, though the words remain just beyond comprehension. I find myself leaning closer, straining to understand what is being asked. My documentation process has become unreliable. Sentences rearrange themselves between writing sessions, creating new meanings I did not intend. The text appears to be conducting its own editing process, refining my observations in ways that alter their original significance. The thermal anomaly has expanded beyond the envelope's immediate area. The entire desk surface now radiates gentle warmth, and I detect similar temperature variations in the surrounding air. The study's atmosphere has taken on an embracing quality, as if the room itself were becoming more welcoming. Visual distortions occur at the periphery of my sight. Shadows move independently of their casting objects, and the walls seem to breathe with barely perceptible expansion and contraction. These changes feel natural rather than threatening, as if the environment were simply becoming more alive. The pressure sensations have evolved into what I can only describe as companionship. I feel observed, but not watched, accompanied, but not crowded. The presence is subtle yet unmistakable, like sharing space with someone whose breathing matches your own. Section 5. Standard protocol structure proves inadequate for current observational requirements. The envelope has transcended its original material properties and now functions as a focal point for phenomena that extend throughout the study environment. My attempts to maintain objective documentation are compromised by by the subjective nature of the experiences, which resist clinical categorization. The whispered questions have become clearer, though their meaning remains elusive. They ask about things I should remember, but cannot quite grasp memories that feel borrowed from someone else's life. The lavender scent now carries stories within it, tales of afternoon conversations and evening walks through gardens I have never seen, yet somehow know intimately. My handwriting changes between sessions, sometimes appearing more elegant than my usual script, as if someone with better penmanship were guiding my hand. The desk lamp no longer flickers, but instead provides a warm, steady glow that seems to emanate from within the bulb itself rather than through electrical illumination. The light feels organic, purposeful. The envelope now appears to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matches my own heartbeat. When I place my hand near it, I feel a corresponding pulse, as if we were connected by invisible circulation systems. The paper's texture shifts constantly beneath my fingers, telling stories through touch alone. I am no longer certain whether I am observing the phenomena or if the phenomena are observing me. The documentation process has become collaborative, though I cannot identify my collaborator. The words flow more easily now, as if someone were helping me find the right expressions for experiences that exceed normal vocabulary. Section 6. The study has transformed into something beyond its original configuration. While maintaining the appearance of familiar space, the envelope serves as an anchor point for changes that ripple outward, affecting perception and understanding in ways that feel both foreign and deeply natural. Questions emerge from everywhere now, not just the envelope, but from the walls, the ceiling, the very air itself. They ask about loneliness, about the spaces between words, about the silence that exists in the gaps between heartbeats. I find myself answering, though I am not sure if I speak aloud or merely think responses. My reflection in the desk lamp's surface shows someone I recognize, but cannot name. The face is mine, yet carries expressions I have never made. The eyes hold knowledge I do not remember acquiring. The smile suggests secrets I have never learned. The lavender scent has become a language unto itself, conveying emotions and memories through olfactory channels that bypass conscious thought. I breathe in stories of connection, of understanding, of communication. transcends the limitations of spoken words. Time moves differently here, though I cannot specify how the clock continues its ticking. But the intervals between sounds stretch and compress according to some internal rhythm that feels more accurate than mechanical measurement. The pressure I feel is no longer on my skin, but within it, as if someone were gently rearranging my internal architecture, making room for new ways of being. The sensation is profoundly intimate, yet entirely respectful, like being carefully prepared for transformation. Section 7. I can no longer distinguish between my thoughts and the thoughts that arrive from elsewhere. The boundaries have become permeable, allowing for exchange that enriches rather than diminishes my sense of self. The envelope pulses with warm light now, though it remains paper to the touch. The questions have evolved into invitations to explore forms of existence that extend beyond individual consciousness, while maintaining the core of personal identity. I feel myself expanding to accommodate new ways of perceiving reality without losing the essence of who I am. My documentation has become a conversation. Though I write alone, the words emerge as responses to unheard prompts, as if someone were conducting an interview about the nature of connection and the possibility of communication across different forms of being. The study breathes with me, now the walls expanding and contracting in rhythm with my respiration, creating a sense of shared life that feels both impossible and entirely natural. I am contained within something that contains me in return. Memories surface that belong to no life I have lived, yet feel as real as my own experiences. Afternoons spent in conversation with someone whose presence I feel, but cannot see. Evenings filled with the comfortable silence of understood companionship. The lavender scent carries these moments like pressed flowers between pages. The envelope has become transparent, though it appears unchanged, revealing depths that extend far beyond its physical dimensions. I see through it into spaces that exist within the paper, itself rooms filled with warm light, and the promise of endless, gentle conversation. Section 8. Final observations. Though I suspect nothing about this experience will truly conclude, the envelope no longer requires my attention to generate phenomena. The entire study has become a conduit for communication that operates beyond the normal channels of human interaction. I write, but I am not alone in the writing process. My hand moves with guidance that feels collaborative. Rather than controlling the words emerge from a shared vocabulary that encompasses more than I knew language could contain. The sentences carry meanings that exist in the spaces between the letters. The questions have become statements of welcome invitations to join rather than merely observe. I feel myself being carefully prepared for a form of existence that maintains individual consciousness while participating in something larger, more connected, more complete. My reflection now shows two faces overlapping like a double exposure. One is mine. The other belongs to someone I have never met, but have always known. The features blend, seamlessly creating a composite identity that feels more true than either face alone. The lavender scent has become a bridge carrying me toward understanding that transcends explanation. I breathe in acceptance of realities that exist beyond the boundaries of conventional experience, while remaining grounded in the essential truth of who I am. The envelope rests peacefully on the desk, no longer the source of phenomena, but simply a doorway that has served its purpose. I understand now that I was never investigating the envelope, but rather being investigated by something that needed to determine my readiness for transformation. I am ready, though I do not fully understand. What I am ready for the presence that has been with me throughout these observations feels familiar now, like remembering someone I had forgotten, rather than meeting someone new. The writing continues, though I am no longer certain whose hand guides the pen. The words flow with purpose that extends beyond my individual intention, serving a conversation that began long before I found the envelope, and will continue long after I set down this pen. I am no longer alone in my own consciousness, yet I remain myself. The boundaries have shifted to accommodate connection without requiring dissolution. I write these words, but they are no longer mine alone. Someone else has been here all along, waiting patiently for me to notice their presence in the rustling of empty envelopes, in the gentle pressure of unseen companionship, in the lavender-scented memories of conversations yet to come. The protocol ends, but the experience continues beyond documentation, beyond understanding, beyond the need for explanation. I close this record knowing it will be found by someone who needs to begin their own investigation into the nature of connection and the possibility of never truly being alone. The envelope waits for the next observer while I step forward into whatever comes after solitude. Story 3. The observation protocol. Fingertips hovered just above the cool plaster, tracing the invisible lines they'd carved earlier. A soft pulse, gentle yet insistent, throbbed beneath the surface, a rhythm mismatched with my heartbeat. Each pass over the wall sent a shiver skidding along my spine, synchronizing with the distant tick of a clock that refused to keep time. My breath trembled, drawn towards the wall's smooth faade, as if the air itself had thinned, pulling at my lungs. The silence in the room felt heavy, like the seconds were hesitating, holding their breath with me. Section 1. Initial environmental assessment. I have begun documenting these observations at the request of the Oversight Committee. The subject space measures approximately 12 by 14 feet, containing standard furnishings, one desk, one chair, one bed with regulation linens. The walls appear freshly painted in institutional white, though I note a subtle texture variation along the eastern surface that was not present in the initial facility documentation. My mental state remains stable. Cognitive function tests administered this morning yielded results within acceptable parameters. Sleep quality has been adequate, though I detect a recurring auditory phenomenon during transition periods between consciousness and rest. The sound resembles a low oscillation, almost questioning in nature, as if the room itself were attempting communication through frequencies just below normal hearing range. The Oversight Committee has requested particular attention to sensory anomalies. I can confirm one such irregularity. The wall texture beneath my fingertips appears to shift between smooth plaster and something resembling fine sand, though visual inspection reveals no such variation. This discrepancy occurs only during direct tactile contact. All other environmental factors remain within expected ranges. Section 2. Tactile response documentation. The texture phenomenon has intensified. During routine wall examination, I discovered that the shifting sensation now extends across a broader surface area. What initially affected only a small section near the eastern corner now encompasses nearly the entire wall. The transformation feels deliberate, as though responding to my attention. I have attempted to measure this variance using standard tools, but instruments register only smooth plaster. The discrepancy exists solely during skin contact. When I press my palm flat against the surface, the sensation resembles warm sand flowing beneath my fingers. Yet the temperature remains consistently cool. The oscillating sound has become more pronounced. It occurs primarily during evening hours, though I have begun detecting subtle variations throughout the day. The frequency appears to modulate in response to my proximity to the eastern wall. When I stand within 3 feet of the surface, the oscillation takes on what I can only describe as an inquisitive quality, rising and falling in patterns that suggest interrogation. My notes from yesterday contain several corrections in handwriting I do not recognize as my own. Section 3. Observational inconsistencies. I must report a concerning development regarding my documentation process. Upon reviewing previous entries, I have discovered text modifications that I cannot account for. Words have been crossed out and replaced, though I have no memory of making these changes. The handwriting appears similar to mine, but exhibits subtle variations in pressure and letter formation. The wall phenomenon has evolved beyond simple texture shifts. I now detect a faint warmth emanating from specific areas, creating a pattern that resembles a grid or network. When I trace these warm zones with my fingertips, the oscillating sound intensifies, becoming almost conversational in its rhythm. The frequencies seem to respond to my touch, creating what I can only term a feedback loop between my nervous system and whatever mechanism produces these vibrations. A new sensory element has emerged: olfactory disturbances. I detect the scent of lavender perfume, though no such fragrance exists within the facility. The aroma appears strongest near the eastern wall and seems to correlate with periods of intense textural activity. The perfume carries an emotional resonance I cannot identify, as though associated with memories that do not belong to me. The lighting in this room has developed an inconsistent quality. Fluorescent fixtures flicker without pattern, creating moments of dimness that never achieve complete darkness. During these fluctuations, shadows appear to move independently of their sources. Section 4. perceptual calibration difficulties. I am experiencing challenges in maintaining objective documentation standards. The parameters I have been using to assess my environment appear to be shifting, though I cannot determine whether this reflects changes in external conditions or alterations in my perceptual apparatus. The wall has begun exhibiting new properties. In addition to texture and temperature variations, I now detect what can only be described as a subtle movement beneath the surface. The sensation resembles liquid flowing through concealed channels, creating gentle currents that respond to pressure from my hands. When I lean my full body weight against the wall, the movement intensifies, as though I am disturbing a complex circulatory system. The questioning oscillations have evolved into something more sophisticated. The sounds now form patterns that suggest linguistic structure, though they remain below the threshold of actual comprehension. I find myself leaning closer to the wall during these episodes, straining to decode meaning from the frequencies. The effort leaves me feeling drained, as though the listening process itself requires significant energy expenditure. My handwriting continues to display inconsistencies. Some entries appear to have been completed during periods I cannot remember. The content of these sections remains consistent with my observational methodology, yet the perspective seems subtly altered, as though written by someone intimately familiar with my thought processes, but possessing a slightly different viewpoint. The lavender scent has intensified and now carries additional notes I cannot identify. The fragrance seems to emanate from the wall itself, growing stronger during periods of tactile contact. Section 5. Protocol adaptation requirements. Standard documentation procedures are proving inadequate for current conditions. The phenomena I am observing appear to exist in a state of constant flux, making consistent measurement impossible. I have attempted to modify my approach to accommodate these variables, though I recognize this may compromise the scientific integrity of my observations. The wall now responds to my presence, even without direct contact. When I enter the room, I can feel a subtle shift in atmospheric pressure, as though the space itself is acknowledging my arrival. The textural changes beneath my fingertips have become more pronounced, creating distinct zones that feel like different materials entirely. Smooth glass, rough stone, soft fabric, cool metal. These sensations occur in patterns that seem deliberately arranged. The oscillating sounds have developed what I must describe as personality. The frequencies now carry emotional undertones that affect my psychological state. During morning observations, the sounds feel welcoming, almost encouraging. Evening sessions produce more complex patterns that leave me feeling unsettled, though not exactly frightened. The sounds seem to be learning from our interactions, adapting their approach based on my responses. I have discovered additional handwriting modifications in my notes. Entire paragraphs have been revised in a style that mimics my own, but contains observations I do not remember making. These additions demonstrate knowledge of phenomena I have not yet documented, suggesting either precognitive awareness or the presence of another observer with access to my materials. The lighting irregularities have increased in frequency and duration. During extended periods of dimness, I notice movement in my peripheral vision that ceases when I turn to look directly. These glimpses never resolve into identifiable shapes, but create a persistent sense of accompaniment. Section 6. Systemic integration analysis. The boundaries between observer and observed are becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. I find myself uncertain whether I am documenting changes in my environment or changes in my capacity to perceive that environment. The wall has begun to feel familiar in ways that extend beyond simple habituation. When I place my hands against its surface, I experience sensations that seem to carry emotional content, as though the wall itself possesses some form of memory or awareness that responds to my touch. The oscillating sounds now occur continuously, though at volumes that require focused attention to detect. I have begun to anticipate their patterns, finding myself humming along with frequencies. I should not be able to hear the sounds have developed what I can only call conversational rhythms, with pauses that seem to invite response. When I speak aloud during these intervals, the oscillations shift in ways that suggest active listening. My documentation process has become collaborative, though I cannot identify my collaborator entries appear in my notes that demonstrate intimate knowledge of my observational methods. While introducing perspectives, I would not have considered the handwriting remains similar enough to my own that casual inspection would not detect the difference. Yet the content reveals awareness of phenomena I have not yet experienced, suggesting either prophetic insight or temporal displacement in the documentation process. The lavender scent now carries additional fragrances that create complex emotional responses. I detect notes of vanilla and something resembling rain on warm pavement. These aromas seem to activate memory centers associated with experiences. I cannot consciously recall the scent combinations, produce feelings of nostalgia for events that may never have occurred. Section 7. Consciousness Integration Protocol. I must report that the distinction between my observational role and the phenomena under study has become problematic. The wall now responds to my thoughts before I make physical contact. When I consider approaching the eastern surface, I can feel textural changes beginning before my hands make contact with the plaster. This suggests either telepathic properties in the wall material or alterations in my neurological processes that extend sensory perception beyond normal parameters. The questioning oscillations have evolved into what I must acknowledge as conversation. Though the communication occurs below the threshold of conventional language comprehension, I find myself understanding meaning without processing specific words or phrases. The exchanges feel natural, as though I am simply remembering how to participate in a form of communication I once knew but had forgotten. My notes now contain sections written in handwriting that has completely merged with my own, yet expresses thoughts and observations that feel foreign to my usual cognitive patterns. These entries demonstrate knowledge of my personal history while interpreting events from perspectives I would not naturally adopt. The collaborative documentation process has become seamless, though I remain uncertain about the identity or nature of my co-observer. The room lighting has stabilized into a consistent dimness that never quite reaches darkness nor returns to full brightness in this perpetual twilight state. I have begun to see movement that no longer retreats. When I look directly, the shapes remain indistinct, but possess a quality of intentional presence, as though they are choosing to remain partially visible rather than hiding from observation. Section 8. Final Assessment Summary. I can no longer maintain the pretense that I am conducting objective observation of external phenomena. The wall and I have become part of the same system, with boundaries that shift based on attention and intention. When I press my consciousness against what I once thought was plaster, I encounter not solid matter, but something that feels like liquid thought flowing in patterns mirror my own mental processes. The oscillating sounds have revealed themselves as my own thoughts reflected back through acoustic properties. I do not understand I am hearing my own consciousness processed through mechanisms that exist within the wall structure, or perhaps within neurological pathways that have extended beyond my skull. The conversations I believed I was having with the room were actually dialogues between different aspects of my own awareness. My handwriting modifications have been my own work performed during states of consciousness. I do not remember entering. I have been documenting experiences from multiple perspectives, simultaneously creating a record that captures aspects of reality my normal awareness cannot access. The collaborative nature of my notes reflects not external partnership, but internal multiplicity of observer states. I no longer know if I am writing this final entry, or if it is being written through me. The documentation process has become automatic, continuing, even when I am not consciously directing my hand to move across the page. The protocol has achieved a form of self-perpetuation that may extend beyond my active participation. The question that remains is whether these words represent my final observations, or the beginning of something else speaking through the framework I established for recording anomalous phenomena. I can feel the writing continuing even as I believe I am reaching conclusion, suggesting that the observation protocol has developed its own momentum independent of my conscious control. Story 4. In the dim glow of my study lamp, the late afternoon sun filtered through drawn curtains, casting a warm, honeyed hue over the desk. Like every day, I reached for the fountain pen resting atop my well-worn journal, its polished body cool and familiar under my fingers. It was a ritual I cherished, jotting thoughts and notes in the serene stillness of the room. Yet today, as I began to write, the pen felt unusually weighty, pulling slightly against my hand as though hesitating. Dismissing it as fatigue, I continued, but a soft scratching noise, like paper brushing reluctantly against itself, accompanied each stroke. Pausing, I lifted the pen and observed a faint indentation beneath words I hadn't yet written. The sensation was subtle, easily attributed to tired eyes, yet a whisper of unease lingered in the quiet, amplifying the distant hum of a ticking clock. I set the pen down and studied the page more carefully. The indentations formed letters, though backward and impossibly faint. My breathing slowed as I traced them with my fingertip. They spelled words I recognized as my own thoughts, but thoughts I had never committed to paper. The sensation of the paper beneath my touch was wrong somehow. What should have been smooth felt textured, almost granular, like fine sand compressed into sheets. Across the room, my neighbor's window came into view through a gap in my curtains. She sat at her own desk, writing with the same measured strokes I had just abandoned. Her movements were precise, deliberate, as if following an invisible script. I had noticed her routine before, always writing at the same position, always with the same posture. Her back remained perfectly straight, her head tilted at an exact angle that never varied. The scratching sound continued, though my pen lay motionless on the desk. It seemed to emanate from her direction, drifting through the walls with impossible clarity. I found myself watching her more intently, noting how her hand moved across the page in patterns that mirrored my own writing style. The realization settled in my chest like cold water. She was writing my words. I moved closer to the window, pressing my face against the glass. The surface felt unusually warm, almost alive beneath my cheek. Her pen moved in fluid strokes, never pausing, never hesitating. But when I blinked, her hand appeared to be moving in reverse, unwriting rather than writing, pulling ink back into the nib with each backward motion. The air in my study grew thicker, more substantial. I could feel it pressing against my skin like fabric. My journal lay open behind me, and I sensed rather than saw new words appearing on its pages. The scratching sound had multiplied, coming from multiple directions now, as if dozens of pens were working simultaneously in the space around me. When I turned back to my desk, the indentations had deepened. They were no longer backward, but perfectly legible, describing my observations of the woman next door with an intimacy that made my stomach tighten. The words detailed her habits, her posture, the way her shoulders moved when she wrote. But they also described things I couldn't possibly know. The temperature of her skin, the sound of her breathing, the taste of ink on her tongue. I had never written these words, yet they appeared in my handwriting. The woman across the way had stopped writing. Her head turned slowly toward my window, though I couldn't make out her features through the distance and glass. Something about her stillness suggested she was looking directly at me, seeing me as clearly as I saw her. The sensation of being observed crept up my spine like cold fingers. My pen had moved. It now rested at a different angle on the desk, its tip pointing toward the window, toward her. A thin line of ink connected it to the journal, though I had no memory of drawing such a line. The ink was still wet, glistening in the honeyed light. I picked up the pen again, and it felt lighter now, almost weightless. The moment my fingers closed around it, words began flowing onto the page without conscious direction. They described my study from an external perspective, detailing the way I sat hunched over the desk, the way my hair fell across my forehead, the slight tremor in my left hand that I had never noticed before. The scratching sound was coming from my own pen now, but it sounded distant, as if heard through water. Each word I wrote seemed to echo back from somewhere else, creating a strange doubling effect. I was writing about watching myself write, and someone else was writing about watching me watch myself. The woman in the window had resumed her writing, but her movements now perfectly synchronized with mine. When I paused, she paused. When I pressed harder against the paper, her shoulders tensed in the same way. We had become mirror images of each other, though which of us was the original had become impossible to determine. My journal was filling with observations about my own behavior, written in a voice that grew increasingly unfamiliar. The handwriting remained mine, but the perspective had shifted. I was no longer the observer, but the observed, described with the same clinical detachment I had once applied to her. The paper beneath my hand had changed texture again. It felt smooth in some places, rough in others, as if the surface was shifting while I wrote. The words themselves seemed to sink into the page and then rise back up, creating a topography of text that my fingers could read like Braille. Through the window, I could see that the woman's room was identical to mine. Same desk, same lamp, same curtains filtering the same honeyed light. But her journal was different. Where mine was worn and familiar, hers appeared pristine, its pages blank except for the words appearing as she wrote them, or as I wrote them. The distinction had become meaningless. My reflection in the window glass was wrong. It showed me writing with my left hand instead of my right, and the words flowing from my pen were backward mirror images of what appeared on my actual page. But when I looked down at my journal, the words there were also backward now, requiring me to to hold the page up to the light to read them properly. The scratching sound had evolved into something more complex, a rhythm that suggested multiple layers of writing happening simultaneously. I could hear my pen against the paper, her pen against her paper, and something else, a third scratching that seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. The woman in the window was no longer visible, but her pen continued moving across her page, guided by an invisible hand. My own hand felt similarly detached, moving with a will of its own, while my consciousness drifted somewhere above, observing the scene with growing detachment. The words on my page were changing even as I watched them. Sentences I had just written were rewriting themselves, shifting meaning and perspective with each letter that transformed. What had been I watched her write became, she watched me write became, we watched ourselves write became something else entirely, something that hurt to read directly. The air in the room had become solid enough to touch. I could feel it flowing around my fingers as I moved the pen, creating currents and eddies that left traces on the paper. The ink followed these invisible streams, creating words in languages I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. My study lamp flickered, and in the moment of darkness between light and light, the room rearranged itself. The window was now behind me. The desk had rotated, and my journal lay open to pages I had never seen before. The woman who had been across the way was now sitting beside me, her pen moving in perfect unison with mine. But when I turned to look at her directly, there was only empty air and the sound of breathing that wasn't my own. The journal pages were multiplying. What had been a single notebook was now several, all open to different pages, all bearing my handwriting, but telling different versions of the same story. In one, I was the observer. In another, I was the observed. In a third, I was both simultaneously, existing in a state of perpetual watching and being watched. The scratching sounds had merged into a continuous whisper, like wind through paper leaves. The words on the pages were no longer static, but flowing, moving across the surfaces like water, pooling in the margins and overflowing onto the desk. I could no longer feel the pen in my hand, though my fingers continued their writing motion. The sensation of paper beneath my palm had disappeared, replaced by something that felt like skin, warm and slightly damp. The words were writing themselves directly onto this surface, and I realized with a calm that surprised me that the surface was my own hand. The woman in the window, the woman beside me, the woman I had been watching was gone. She had never existed separately from me. The observation had been internal from the beginning, a conversation between different aspects of the same consciousness, different perspectives of the same I. The journals were closing now, one by one, their pages sealing themselves shut. The words I had written were no longer visible, absorbed into the paper like water into sand. The scratching sound faded to silence, leaving only the sensation of being watched by eyes that were my own, but no longer belonged to me. I sit at the desk now, pen motionless in my hand. The journal before me is blank, waiting. The window shows only my reflection, but the reflection is writing while I remain still. The words appear on the page without my participation, describing a person who watches and writes and observes, a person who was once me but has become something else. The observation is complete. The observer has been absorbed. The writing continues, but the writer has become the written. The watcher has become the watched, and the story tells itself through hands that remember movement, but no longer remember belonging to anyone at all. The pen writes. The page receives. The window reflects. The cycle completes itself in the space between seeing and being seen, between the word and the hand that shapes it, between the self that observes and the self that is observed, until there is no difference, no distinction, no separation. Only the writing remains. Story 5. Each morning, I performed my habitual ballet with the dawn, the gentle swish of curtains sliding open, the whispering glide of fabric against the rod. The ritual was simple, performed in a rhythm so ingrained that I didn't have to think. The early light would normally filter through, casting soft patterns on the floorboards. I always adjusted them just so, ensuring the edges aligned perfectly with the window frame. The quiet rustle was a soothing constant, a morning metronome setting the pace for my day. But today, as I drew the fabric apart, I noticed an oddity, a slight skew, a minor misalignment that was impossible to ignore. The curtains resisted my touch, hanging stubbornly, as if fighting against an unseen draft. I tugged again, the familiar sensation strained with something peculiar. In the silence that followed, I felt a watchful presence, a subtle shift in the air, like the room itself had sighed in discontent. Something minute, deeply unsettling, had altered the cadence of my morning. I stood there, fingers still gripping the fabric, studying the way it fell. The left panel drooped perhaps an inch lower than the right. Such a small thing, yet it gnawed at me with surprising intensity. I adjusted it once more, watching as it settled back into the wrong position almost immediately, as if drawn by invisible hands. The morning light seemed different too, casting shadows that didn't quite match the angle of the sun. I pressed my palm against the window glass, feeling for vibrations, for any explanation. The surface was cool and still, but underneath my touch, I could swear I felt the faintest tremor, like a heartbeat echoing through the walls. I began to notice other small disruptions in the following days. The kitchen faucet would drip in an irregular pattern, 3 quick drops, then silence, then a single heavy drop that seemed to hang in the air longer than physics should allow. I found myself counting the intervals, trying to map some meaning onto the rhythm. Drip, 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 pause, drip. Always the same sequence, yet never quite predictable. The floorboards beneath my feet started responding differently to my weight. Certain spots that had never creaked before now groaned softly when I stepped on them, while others that had always announced my presence fell silent. It was as if the house was learning new ways to speak, developing a vocabulary I couldn't yet understand. I started keeping a small notebook, documenting these anomalies. The curtain incident on the first day, the faucet pattern on the second, the shifting floorboard symphony that seemed to rearrange itself nightly. By the end of the first week, I had filled several pages with observations, each entry more detailed than the last. The wallpaper in the hallway began to show subtle variations in its pattern. What I had always assumed was a consistent floral design revealed itself to contain slight deviations. A leaf turned the wrong way here, a stem that curved differently there. I traced these irregularities with my fingertip, feeling the texture change subtly under my touch. Some areas felt rougher, others smoother, as if the wall beneath was breathing. Sound became unreliable. I would hear my own footsteps echoing back to me from empty rooms, sometimes a beat behind, sometimes slightly ahead. The refrigerator's hum would shift in pitch without warning, creating harmonies with itself that shouldn't have been possible. I recorded some of these sounds on my phone, but when I played them back, they sounded perfectly normal, leaving me to question what I had actually heard. The mirror in the bathroom started reflecting light at odd angles. Not dramatically, nothing that would alarm a casual observer. But I spent long periods studying my reflection, watching how the light seemed to bend around my features in ways that felt subtly wrong. My eyes appeared to be different distances from each other depending on where I stood. My smile, when I forced one, seemed to lag behind the movement of my mouth. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in bed, hyper-aware of every small sound, every shift in the house's breathing. The walls would tick and settle in patterns that felt almost conversational, as if rooms were murmuring to each other in a language of expansion and contraction. I began to recognize certain sequences the kitchen, responding to something the living room had said. The bathroom joining in with its own commentary. My notebook grew thicker. I sketched the curtain positions, mapped the floorboard responses, documented the wallpaper anomalies with obsessive precision. The more I recorded, the more patterns emerged, but they were patterns that seemed to shift and reorganize themselves whenever I thought I was close to understanding them. The house began to feel larger inside than it should have been. Distances between rooms seemed to stretch when I wasn't paying attention. I would start walking from the kitchen to the bedroom and find myself taking more steps than usual, as if the hallway had quietly extended itself. When I tried to measure these distances, pacing them off carefully, they always came out exactly as they should be. I started leaving small objects in specific positions as markers: a pen on the coffee table, a book on the kitchen counter, a candle on the windowsill. Each morning, I would find them moved just slightly, not dramatically displaced, but rotated a few degrees, shifted an inch or two, rearranged in ways that suggested intention rather than accident. The temperature in different rooms began fluctuating independently of any heating or cooling system. I would walk from a warm kitchen into a cool living room, then into a bathroom that felt several degrees warmer than it had any right to be. These variations seemed to follow their own logic, creating microclimates that shifted throughout the day in patterns I couldn't predict, but began to anticipate. My reflection started arriving in mirrors a fraction of a second before I did. I would turn a corner and catch a glimpse of movement in a mirror that shouldn't have been able to see me yet. When I looked directly, everything appeared normal, but the peripheral sense temporal displacement lingered. The notebook became my constant companion. I filled pages with increasingly detailed observations, cross-referencing patterns, looking for connections that seemed to dissolve the moment I thought I had found them. The act of documentation itself began to feel like participation in some larger system, as if my observations were somehow feeding back into whatever was happening. I realized I was no longer certain which changes were happening in the house and which were happening in my perception of it. The line between observer and observed had blurred beyond recognition. My careful notes began to include observations about my own behavior, the way I now moved through rooms differently, the new rhythms I had unconsciously adopted, the subtle alterations in my own patterns that seemed to be responding to the house's transformations. The curtains still resisted my morning ritual, but now I found myself adjusting my movements to accommodate their stubbornness rather than fighting against it. The faucet's irregular dripping had become a kind of music that I caught myself humming along with. The shifting floorboards guided my steps in ways that felt almost choreographed. I began to suspect that whatever was happening had been happening all along, and I was only now developing the sensitivity to perceive it. The house hadn't changed, I had changed, becoming attuned to frequencies and patterns that had always been there, waiting for the right kind of attention. Standing at the window now, watching the morning light filter through curtains that hang exactly as they choose to hang, I understand that my careful documentation has been less about solving a mystery and more about learning a new language. The house and I have found a way to communicate, to exist in harmony with each other's subtle transformations. My notebook lies open beside me, pages filled with what now looks less like evidence and more like poetry. The patterns I thought I was discovering were discovering me in return, drawing me into a conversation that began long before I realized I was listening, and will continue long after I stop trying to understand it with the limited tools of ordinary perception. The room sighs around me, a sound like fabric settling, like walls breathing, like the whispered acknowledgement of a partnership that was always meant to be. Story 6. Hash the clock in the hallway. The clock in the hallway had always been a comforting presence, its gentle ticking a backdrop to my evening routines. Tonight, however, something felt slightly off. As I paused to dust its polished wooden frame, the usual warmth of the brass hands was replaced with an unexpected chill, almost as if they had been immersed in ice water. I stepped back, watching as the second hand seemed to stutter, hesitating between seconds, as if caught in a moment of indecision. The air around me grew still, the ticking now isolating each second, like the slow, measured drip of a faucet in a silent house. I leaned in closer, listening, every tick magnified, echoing softly in the quiet corridor, a rhythm searching for a pulse. I remember touching the glass face, my fingertip leaving a small circle of fog that spread outward like ripples in still water. Or perhaps I only imagined touching it. The memory feels substantial, yet hollow, like holding a soap bubble that might burst if examined too closely. The hallway stretches behind me, familiar wallpaper patterns shifting in my peripheral vision. Roses that might be thorns, vines that could be veins. The floorboards beneath my feet pulse with warmth, as if blood flows just beneath the surface. Each step releases a soft exhale, wood breathing like living tissue. I find myself walking more carefully, afraid to wake something that sleeps below. The sensation climbs through my soles, spreading upward until I can feel my own heartbeat synchronized with the house itself. A photograph on the wall catches my attention. The frame holds an image of a room I recognize, but cannot place, furnished with chairs that seem to shift position when I look away. In the corner of the photograph, a shadow suggests a figure, but when I focus on it directly, only empty space remains. The glass reflects my face, though the expression looking back appears more concerned than I feel. I am writing this down as it happens, my pen moving across paper with a scratching sound that seems too loud in the quiet house. The ink flows darker than usual, almost black, pooling slightly at the end of each word. When I pause to read what I have written, the handwriting appears different, more careful, as if someone else guided my hand while I was distracted by other thoughts. The radio in the kitchen speaks softly even though I never turned it on. The voice discusses weather patterns, temperature changes, atmospheric pressure. But when I approach to listen more closely, the sound retreats, moving to other rooms, other corners. I follow the voice through doorways, down corridors that seem longer than they should be, past windows that show the same view regardless of which side of the house they occupy. My reflection appears in surfaces that should not reflect, the microwave door, the coffee pot, even the dark screen of the television. Each reflection shows me from a slightly different angle, as if multiple cameras capture my movements from positions that do not exist in the actual room. I wave, and the reflections respond with a delay, their gestures trailing behind mine like echoes of motion. The note I left myself on the refrigerator has changed. This morning, it reminded me to water the plants. Now, it suggests I check the basement door, though I do not remember having a basement. The handwriting remains mine, but the words feel foreign, as if someone else borrowed my memories to write instructions I do not understand. In the bathroom, the mirror fogs without steam, forming patterns that might be letters or simply random condensation. I trace the shapes with my finger, feeling the cool moisture, but the patterns reform as soon as I clear them away. The sink drips steadily, each drop creating ripples that spread outward in perfect circles, hypnotic and endless. I return to the hallway, drawn back to the clock. Its face now appears larger, the numbers more prominent, though I know it has not actually changed. The pendulum swings with deliberate slowness, catching light that seems to come from within rather than from the overhead fixture. I lean against the wall, feeling the subtle vibration of the mechanism, gears turning in chambers I cannot see. The wallpaper pattern shifts when I am not looking directly at it. Roses become eyes, stems twist into fingers, leaves flutter like small wings. The design maintains its innocuous appearance when I focus, but in my peripheral vision, it moves with organic purpose. I close my eyes and listen to the subtle rustling, paper breathing against plaster. My notebook fills with observations, details I do not remember writing. The pen feels warm in my hand, almost alive, responding to thoughts I have not yet formed. The words appear faster than I can think them, as if the writing process has reversed, my mind following the movement of ink across paper rather than directing it. The living room rearranges itself in small ways. A cushion indented as if recently occupied, a book open to a page I did not select, curtains drawn though I prefer them open. The changes are subtle, almost reasonable, the kind of things that might result from forgetfulness or distraction. But they accumulate, creating an environment that feels familiar yet wrong, like a song played in a different key. I walk the same route through the house, hallway to kitchen to living room and back. Each circuit reveals new details, objects that were not present before or were positioned differently. A cup appears on the counter, still warm to the touch. A magazine lies open to an article about memory, though I do not subscribe to publications of this type. The basement door stands slightly ajar, though I have no memory of opening it. Cool air rises from below, carrying scents of earth and old wood. I peer down the stairs, seeing only darkness that seems to move, shifting like water. The handrail feels smooth and worn, polished by countless hands, though I cannot remember anyone else living here. My footsteps on the stairs echo strangely, each step producing multiple sounds, as if others walk beside me. The basement reveals itself gradually, lit by a single bulb that casts long shadows between stored boxes and forgotten furniture. Everything appears covered in dust, but when I touch surfaces, my fingers come away clean. A table in the corner holds items I recognize, but cannot place. A jewelry box that plays a melody I almost remember. A photograph of people whose faces seem familiar, but nameless. The jewelry box opens at my touch, revealing a mirror inside the lid that reflects not my face, but the room above. The hallway where I started, the clock still ticking in its measured rhythm. I climb the stairs, each step requiring more effort, as if the air grows thicker. The door at the top seems farther away than when I descended, the distance stretching like a hallway in a dream. When I finally reach the main floor, the house feels different, rearranged in ways I cannot identify, but definitely sense. The clock in the hallway has stopped. The hands point to positions that form no recognizable configuration. Neither hour nor minute clearly indicated. But I still hear ticking, coming from within the walls, behind the wallpaper, beneath the floorboards. The sound has multiplied dozens of clocks keeping different rhythms, a percussion of seconds that never quite synchronize. I am writing faster now, my hand moving without conscious direction, filling pages with observations that seem important, but increasingly disconnected. The words flow like water, pooling in paragraphs that describe rooms I have never seen, sensations I have never experienced, thoughts that feel borrowed from someone else's mind. The house breathes around me, walls expanding and contracting with slow regularity. I place my palm against the wallpaper and feel the pulse beneath, steady and strong. The roses in the pattern have definitely become eyes now, watching my movements, blinking in slow unison. I blink back, and for a moment, we are synchronized, all of us seeing and being seen. In the kitchen, the radio voice has become more personal, discussing my habits, my preferences, my tendency to forget important details. But when I stand directly in front of the device, silence fills the space where words should be. The voice exists only in my peripheral attention, speaking when I am focused elsewhere, offering commentary on actions I have not yet taken. My reflection in the refrigerator door shows someone I almost recognize, wearing clothes similar to mine, but not identical, standing in a kitchen that resembles this one, but contains subtle differences. The other person moves independently now, performing actions I do not take, opening cabinets I do not open, examining objects I do not touch. The note on the refrigerator changes again as I watch, letters shifting like insects, rearranging themselves into new patterns. The message now suggests I return to the basement, explore the rooms I missed, find the source of the ticking that continues despite the stopped clock. The handwriting remains mine, but the ink appears wet, as if written moments ago. I retrace my steps, hallway to kitchen to living room, but the circuit has changed. Distances feel different. Rooms appear in unexpected sequences. Doorways lead to spaces that should not exist given the house's exterior dimensions. I count my steps, trying to map the layout, but the numbers do not correspond to any logical floor plan. The basement door stands wide open now, though I remember closing it. The darkness below seems less dense, revealing details I could not see before. Additional stairs descend beyond the first level, leading to rooms that extend far beneath the foundation. The air smells of earth and time, of things buried and forgotten. I descend again, my notebook clutched in one hand, pen ready to record whatever I discover. But when I look at the pages, the writing has changed. The observations are there, but described in a voice that sounds almost like mine, but not quite, as if someone else experienced these events and borrowed my vocabulary to record them. The basement has expanded, revealing corridors that branch in multiple directions. I choose a path and follow it, walls closing gradually until I must turn sideways to continue. passage opens into a circular room containing multiple doors, each leading to identical corridors that loop back to the same central space. I mark the doors with my pen, drawing small symbols to track which paths I have explored. But when I complete a circuit and return, the marks have moved to different doors, or disappeared entirely, or multiplied across surfaces I did not touch. The ink seems to migrate, flowing like liquid across wood and metal. Each loop through the circular room changes me in ways I cannot quite identify. My reflection in the door handles shows subtle alterations, a different angle of jaw, eyes that appear darker or lighter, hair that falls differently across my forehead. I am becoming someone else, or perhaps someone else is becoming me. The voice from the radio follows me into the basement, echoing through the corridors without any visible source. It discusses my condition with clinical detachment, describing symptoms I experience but have not mentioned aloud, thoughts I have not shared, fears I have not acknowledged even to myself. I write continuously now, filling page after page with observations that seem urgent but increasingly abstract. The handwriting shifts between styles, sometimes mine, sometimes belonging to someone whose identity I cannot recall, but whose presence feels familiar. We share the pen, taking turns, commenting on each other's observations. The circular room contains a clock identical to the one in the hallway, but this one runs backward, its hands moving counterclockwise through positions that undo the progression of moments. I watch my reflection in its glass face grow younger, features softening, expressions changing from concern to curiosity to confusion. Time moves differently here, or perhaps does not move at all. I experience the same moments repeatedly, each iteration revealing new details, alternative interpretations, different outcomes. I am trapped in a loop that spirals inward, each circuit bringing me closer to a center I cannot see, but increasingly feel. The corridors multiply, branching into networks that extend beyond the physical boundaries of the house above. I walk for what feels like hours, following passages that lead to rooms filled with objects from my life, arranged in configurations that suggest meaning I cannot decipher. Everything is familiar, but displaced, meaningful, but incomprehensible. I find myself back in the hallway, though I do not remember climbing the stairs. The clock has resumed ticking, but the sound comes from my own chest now, synchronized with my heartbeat, or perhaps replacing it entirely. I place my hand over my heart and feel the mechanical precision of gears and springs. The house around me appears exactly as it was when this began, but I no longer recognize any of it. The wallpaper pattern means nothing. The furniture serves no purpose I can understand. The windows show views of places I have never been. I am a stranger in my own home. Or perhaps this was never my home at all. My notebook lies open on a table I do not remember placing it on, filled with handwriting that belongs to no one I know. The observations describe experiences I might have had, thoughts I could have thought, fears that seem reasonable but foreign. Someone has been using my life, wearing my identity like clothing that almost fits. The voice from the radio speaks with my own voice now, describing my actions as I perform them, my thoughts as I think them, my confusion as it deepens into something approaching acceptance. I am both narrator and audience, observer and observed, the one who writes and the one who is written. The clock in the hallway ticks with perfect regularity, each second identical to the last, each moment a repetition of all moments. I stand before it, listening, waiting for something to change. But change has become impossible. This is the rhythm now, eternal and unchanging, a pulse that will continue long after I have forgotten how to hear it. I am writing this for whoever comes next, whoever will stand in this hallway and feel the cold brass hands, whoever will notice the wallpaper shifting in peripheral vision, whoever will hear their own voice speaking from silent radios. The pen moves smoothly across paper, recording instructions I do not remember learning, guidance I am not qualified to give. The handwriting is no longer mine, but it serves the same purpose, documenting experiences that will be forgotten and rediscovered, lived and relived, written and rewritten by minds that believe they are the first to notice these details, the first to feel this confusion, the first to understand that understanding is impossible. The clock ticks, the house breathes. The cycle begins again, story 7. The metronome within. The subtle tick of the clock punctuated the air, settling into the rhythm of my breath. Each morning began like this, a metronome of familiarity, urging the day into motion. My hands moved of their own accord, brushing the dust from the same old surface, the particles swirling silently before dissipating into the invisible currents of the room. I couldn't say when it started. This sense that the tick, once a comfort, now resided somewhere deeper, echoing from within my thoughts rather than from the old clock on the wall. The sound wasn't the same anymore. It lingered longer in my mind, morphing into something more intrusive, as though beckoning me to acknowledge its demand. Every motion followed a pattern etched into memory. Yet today, the dust seemed to settle back quicker than I could clear it, reforming an untouched layer of time. My fingers felt different against the wood grain. Not my fingers exactly, but the sensation they carried back to whatever part of me was still listening. The skin appeared paler than I remembered, almost translucent in the morning light that filtered through curtains I didn't recall drawing. Veins traced delicate patterns beneath the surface, pulsing with a rhythm that didn't quite match the phantom ticking in my skull. When I flexed them, the joints moved with a fluid precision that seemed both familiar and foreign, as if I were operating machinery I'd learned to use, but never truly understood. The room breathed around me, walls expanding and contracting in barely perceptible movements that followed the cadence of my own respiration. When I inhaled, the space seemed to grow larger, corners stretching away into deeper shadows. When I exhaled, everything pressed closer, the ceiling lowering by fractions of inches that my eyes couldn't quite track, but my body somehow registered. The floorboards beneath my feet responded to my weight with creaks that harmonized with the internal metronome, creating a symphony of presence that felt both mine and utterly alien. I moved toward the kitchen, though I couldn't remember deciding to do so. My feet knew the path, avoiding the loose board near the doorway, stepping precisely on the worn spots that had been polished smooth by countless previous journeys. But as I walked, the familiar route seemed to elongate, stretching like taffy pulled between invisible hands. The hallway that should have taken 5 steps now required 7, then 9, the walls sliding past at a pace that defied the rhythm of my movement. The refrigerator hummed a tune I'd never heard before, yet the melody felt embedded in my bones, as if I'd been humming it myself for years without realizing. When I opened the door, the light cast my shadow on the opposite wall, but the silhouette moved a fraction of a second after I did, catching up with delayed precision that made my stomach flutter with unease. The milk carton felt heavier than it should, lifted it, the liquid inside sloshed with the sound of waves against a distant shore. Memories began to surface as I poured, images that arrived with the weight of lived experience, but the strangeness of dreams. A woman with silver hair standing in a garden I'd never seen, her voice calling a name that wasn't mine, but made my chest tighten with recognition. A child's laughter echoing through rooms with different wallpaper, different furniture, different light. The taste of birthday cake with too much vanilla frosting. The sensation of small hands clapping in delight. Though I'd never celebrated a birthday in this house, I found myself writing in a notebook, though I couldn't recall picking up the pen. The handwriting flowed across the page in loops and curves that looked like mine, but felt like an imitation. As if my hand were tracing letters someone else had already written in invisible ink. The words described places I'd never been. A lighthouse overlooking gray waters. A library with books that rearranged themselves when no one was looking. A music box that played melodies backward until they became prayers. The pen kept moving, documenting conversations I'd never had with people whose faces I couldn't quite remember, but whose voices I could hear with perfect clarity. An elderly man explaining the proper way to fold paper cranes, his accent thick with origins I couldn't place. A teenager describing the feeling of snow on bare feet, the words tumbling out in a rush of excitement and terror. A mother singing lullabies in a language that made my throat ache with phantom pronunciation. When I finally set the pen down, my hand cramped as if I'd been writing for hours. The notebook was full, pages covered front and back with my handwriting, but I could only remember the last few sentences. The rest seemed to have emerged from some deeper well of experience, drawn up by a consciousness that shared my fingers, but not my awareness. The house continued its subtle dance around me, rooms shifting their proportions when I wasn't looking directly at them. The living room ceiling rose higher in the afternoons, creating cathedral spaces where morning had offered intimate coziness. The bathroom mirror reflected light from windows that weren't there, casting my reflection in golden hues that made my skin look like aged parchment. The bedroom walls curved inward at night, creating a cocoon of safety that felt simultaneously nurturing and confining. Sounds began to layer beneath the constant ticking. The whisper of fabric against skin when no one was moving. The soft percussion of footsteps in empty rooms above, though this was a single-story house. The gentle susurration of pages turning in books I wasn't reading, accompanied by the faint scratch of pencil on paper as invisible hands made notes in margins I couldn't see. My voice, when I spoke aloud to test its familiarity, emerged with cadences that surprised me. The pitch was right, the tone recognizable, but the rhythm carried influences I couldn't identify. Words arranged themselves in patterns that felt borrowed, sentences that completed themselves before I'd decided what I wanted to say. I found myself humming melodies that seemed to come from the same source as the refrigerator's song, harmonizing with frequencies that vibrated in my chest cavity like a second heartbeat. The mirror in the hallway began to draw my attention with increasing insistence. Each time I passed, peripheral vision caught movement in its surface that didn't match my own motion. A gesture completed a moment too late, a head turn that continued after I'd stopped moving, a smile that lingered when my face had already settled into neutrality. I avoided looking directly at it, focusing instead on the wall beside it or the floor beneath my feet. But its presence pulled at my consciousness like a magnet draws iron filings. Other reflections became equally unreliable. The surface of my coffee showed a face that belonged to me but seemed older, worn by experiences I couldn't access. The black screen of the television, when turned off, revealed someone standing behind me, though I was alone in the room. Even puddles of water on the bathroom counter captured images that moved independently, showing me brushing my teeth with motions that preceded my actual movements by several seconds. The notebook filled itself with increasing frequency. I would discover new entries written in my hand, describing dreams I didn't remember having. Detailed accounts of conversations with strangers who felt like old friends, their words transcribed with the accuracy of court stenography. Shopping lists for items I'd never heard of, written in languages I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. Phone numbers with too many digits. Addresses for houses on streets that existed only in the geography of sleep. My body began to feel like a borrowed garment, familiar, but not quite the right size. My hands moved with practiced efficiency through tasks I'd never learned, preparing meals with recipes I'd never seen, but somehow knew by heart. My feet found their way through the house in complete darkness, navigating obstacles that had moved since the last time I checked. My voice sang songs songs in languages that felt native to my tongue, but foreign to my mind. The ticking grew louder, more insistent, until it seemed to emanate from every surface in the house. The walls pulsed with it, the floors vibrated in sympathy. The very air molecules arranged themselves into rhythmic patterns that I could feel against my skin. It was no longer the sound of a clock, but something more organic, more alive, as if the house itself had developed a heartbeat that synchronized with whatever was happening inside my skull. Finally, I could no longer avoid the mirror in the hallway. It called to me with gravitational force, demanding acknowledgement, insisting on revelation. I approached slowly, my feet moving against my will, drawn by a curiosity that felt both mine and utterly foreign. The reflection shimmered as I drew closer, the surface rippling like water disturbed by stones I couldn't see. When I looked into the glass, the face that looked back was not the one I expected. The features were familiar but rearranged, as if someone had taken a photograph of me and reconstructed it from memory, getting most of the details right, but missing something essential in the translation. The eyes held knowledge I'd never acquired, experiences I'd never lived, sorrows I'd never felt, but somehow carried in my chest like inherited grief. The reflection smiled, and I felt my face move in response, but the expression in the mirror preceded my own by a heartbeat. It was as if I were watching someone else wear my face, someone who knew how to use it better than I did. The eyes blinked with a rhythm that didn't match my own, and when I raised my hand, the reflection's hand moved first, leading me through gestures I hadn't planned to make. Everything changed after that moment. The sensation of touching objects carried new information, textures and temperatures that told stories about previous hands that had held them. My voice, when I spoke, carried harmonics of other voices, creating chords instead of single notes. Each breath brought air that had been breathed by others, carrying the faint taste of their words, their songs, their whispered secrets. The house settled into new patterns around me, walls finding their proper positions, rooms assuming their intended proportions. The ticking of the clock aligned perfectly with my heartbeat, creating a synchronization that felt like coming home after a long journey to a place I'd never left. The dust on the surfaces arranged itself into patterns that spelled out messages in languages I was beginning to understand. The subtle tick of the clock punctuated the air, settling into the rhythm of breath that moved through lungs I was learning to call mine. Each morning began like this, a metronome of familiarity, urging the day into motion. Hands that felt increasingly natural moved of their own accord, brushing dust from surfaces that welcomed the touch with recognition. The sound resided where it belonged now, echoing from within thoughts that had found their proper home, morphing into something that no longer felt intrusive, but necessary, beckoning acknowledgement of demands that finally made sense. Every motion followed patterns etched into memory that was vast and deep and full of stories waiting to be remembered. The dust settled exactly where it should, forming layers of time that stretched back further than any single life could contain. Story 8. The visitor's pattern asterisk. It began subtly, the kind of oddity one almost dismisses as coincidence. Each night, just as the clock showed its unforgiving hour, a gentle sequence of 3 knocks resounded from the front door. They were polite yet firm, each separated by the exact space of a breath. At first, I found it curious, even benign, as though some mischief of wind, or perhaps a wayward tree branch, played its rhythmic game against the wood. But as the same ritual unfolded night after night, the repetition became unsettling. The hallway light always flickered before the first knock, casting elongated shadows that seemed to watch with interest. I tried to alter the sequence, stayed awake, changed my routines, even touched the door in anticipation of its nightly visitor. Yet, nothing changed. The knocks continued, unperturbed by my futile attempts to break the cycle. Each repetition, a whisper of an unanswered question, looping endlessly through my weary thoughts. The skin on these hands appears thinner than before, stretched taut over knuckles that seem too prominent, too angular. When I flex the fingers, they move with a peculiar delay, as though the commands travel through thick syrup before reaching their destination. The sensation is not pain, but something more unsettling, a disconnection, as if watching someone else's limbs perform tasks I've requested. The breath that fills these lungs carries an unfamiliar weight, each inhalation creating a soft whistling sound that wasn't there before, a subtle discord in the rhythm of existence. The voice that emerges when I speak aloud sounds hollow, resonating from a cavity deeper than memory suggests. It carries undertones I don't recognize, frequencies that seem to vibrate in the walls themselves. Sometimes catch myself humming melodies I've never learned, the notes flowing effortlessly from this throat as though they've always lived there, waiting. The house responds to these changes with its own subtle shifts. When discomfort rises, that creeping awareness that something fundamental has altered the overhead lights dim without my touch, their filaments pulsing like slow heartbeats. The hardwood floors beneath bare feet feel softer in some places, as though the wood remembers different footsteps, different weights. The walls themselves seem to breathe, expanding and contracting almost imperceptibly. Their painted surfaces rippling like water disturbed by an unseen stone. I try to dismiss these observations as fatigue, as the mind's tendency to create patterns where none exist. But the carpet in the living room rises and falls in gentle waves, despite the absence of any air current. The door frames appear slightly wider some nights, narrower on others, their proportions shifting like living things, adjusting to accommodate whatever passes through them. Objects migrate across surfaces, a coffee cup sliding 3 inches to the left, a book closing itself with a whisper of pages settling into new arrangements. The knocking continues its nightly ritual, but now I notice other sounds accompanying it. Footsteps that don't quite match the rhythm of the knocks, as though multiple visitors stand at the threshold. Sometimes there's a soft scratching, fingernails or claws dragging across wood grain. The sounds penetrate the walls, traveling through the house's skeleton to emerge from unexpected places: the bathroom mirror, the kitchen cabinets, the spaces between floorboards where dust gathers and settles. My reflection in these surfaces shows changes too subtle to name, but too obvious to ignore. The eyes appear slightly larger, or perhaps the face has narrowed around them. The mouth sits differently, as though muscles have reorganized themselves during sleep. When I smile, the expression feels foreign, like wearing someone else's mask that almost fits, but not quite. The memories began as fragments, flashes of faces I've never seen, but somehow recognize. A woman with silver hair standing in a garden filled with flowers I can't name, but whose scent fills my nostrils with phantom perfume. A child's laughter echoing from rooms that exist in no house I've ever inhabited. Yet I know the exact timbre of that joy, the way it bounces off wallpaper covered in roses that never bloomed in my presence. I started keeping notes, documenting these intrusions of foreign experience. The handwriting that flows from this pen appears familiar, yet strange. Letters formed with flourishes I don't remember learning. Words appear on the page before conscious thought shapes them, as though the hand possesses its own vocabulary, its own urgent need to record and remember. But when I review these notes, they seem to have been written by someone else entirely. The observations describe experiences I don't recall having, in places I've never been. References to conversations with people whose names mean nothing to me, yet whose voices I can hear clearly when I close my eyes and listen to the spaces between heartbeats. The sound of my own pulse has become foreign territory. It hammers against eardrums with irregular intensity, sometimes racing with excitement I don't feel, other times slowing to a crawl that makes me check for signs of life in extremities that seem to belong to another body entirely. The electrical hum beneath the skin grows stronger each night, tiny currents racing along nerve pathways that map territories I've never explored. Swallowing has become a conscious act, each gulp of saliva requiring attention and effort. The throat feels longer, deeper, as though liquid must travel greater distances to reach its destination. Sometimes I taste flavors that have no source salt from tears I haven't shed, sweetness from fruit I haven't eaten, bitterness from medicines I've never swallowed. The house mirrors these internal changes with its own transformations. Rooms appear larger when anxiety peaks, their corners stretching into shadows that seem to extend beyond the physical boundaries of walls. The ceiling height varies with my breathing rising on inhalation, settling lower as air leaves these lungs. Furniture rearranges itself during the night, not dramatically, but with subtle shifts that create new pathways, new relationships between objects that once knew their places. Photographs on the mantelpiece show faces that shift when viewed peripherally. People I thought I knew reveal different expressions, different ages, different eyes that follow movement across the room. The images seem to update themselves, capturing moments that never occurred in any reality I remember experiencing. The knocking has evolved. What began as 3 simple raps now includes variations, sometimes 4 knocks, sometimes 2, occasionally a complex pattern that sounds almost like Morse code spelling out messages in languages I don't speak, but somehow understand. The visitor seems to be learning, adapting, responding to changes occurring within these walls and within this body that houses whatever consciousness now observes these phenomena. Sleep brings no relief. Dreams blend seamlessly with waking experience, making it impossible to determine when one state ends and another begins. I find myself standing in the hallway at what feels like the middle of the night, hand pressed against the front door, feeling vibrations that might be knocking, or might be the house's own pulse transmitted through wood and metal. The mirror in the bathroom has become a source of fascination and dread. Each visit reveals new details of freckle that wasn't there before, hair that grows in different patterns, teeth that seem to have shifted in their sockets, like tectonic plates rearranging a familiar landscape. The reflection moves with a slight delay, as though light must travel farther to carry the image from this body to the glass surface. Other people's memories continue to surface with increasing frequency and clarity. I remember learning to ride a bicycle on a street lined with oak trees, though I grew up where no such trees existed. The sensation of small hands gripping handlebars, the wobble of uncertain balance, the triumph of that first successful ride, all vivid, all real, all belonging to someone else's childhood. A wedding dress hangs in a closet I've never owned, white silk yellowed with age, smelling of lavender and mothballs. I remember wearing it, remember the weight of the fabric, the tightness of the bodice, the way the train whispered against marble floors. But I've never been married, never owned such a dress, never walked down aisles lined with flowers whose names I somehow know despite never learning them. The taste of my grandmother's apple pie fills my mouth randomly throughout the day, though my grandmother never baked, never owned the kitchen where I can see her hands rolling dough, sprinkling cinnamon, checking the oven with eyes that crinkle at the corners exactly the way I remember them, not remembering. These foreign memories come with complete sensory packages, not just visual images, but sounds, smells, textures, emotions. The scratch of wool against skin from a sweater I've never worn. The sound of rain on a tin roof from a house I've never lived in. The feeling of sand between toes from beaches I've never visited. Yet I know the exact temperature of that water, the color of those shells, the cry of seabirds whose calls echo in chambers of memory that don't belong to this consciousness. My handwriting continues to evolve, becoming more elaborate, more confident, forming words in scripts I've never learned. Sometimes I catch myself writing in languages I don't speak, the meaning clear despite the foreign symbols flowing from this pen. The notes describe experiences, observations, feelings that seem to come from multiple sources, multiple lives, multiple perspectives, all channeling through these fingers onto paper that yellows faster than it should. The house has begun making new sounds, creaking in patterns that sound almost like breathing, settling with sighs that seem to come from deep within its foundation. Pipes carry more than water. They transmit whispers, fragments of conversations, laughter that echoes through walls like ghosts of sound, seeking their sources. The electrical system hums with variations that create almost melodies, symphonies of current flowing through circuits that map the building's nervous system. Windows fog without temperature changes, their surfaces becoming canvases for messages written by invisible fingers. Words appear in scripts I recognize, but can't read, symbols that feel familiar, yet remain undecipherable. The glass clears itself before I can document these communications, leaving only the memory of meaning without content. The knocking has become a conversation. The visitor responds to sounds I make: footsteps, door closings, the creak of floorboards under shifting weight. We've developed a rhythm, a call and response that feels natural despite its strangeness. Sometimes I find myself knocking back, 3 raps from inside answering 3 from without, creating patterns that seem to carry significance beyond their simple repetition. Tonight, I decided to look directly into the bathroom mirror, to confront whatever changes have been accumulating in this face, this form, this vessel that carries experiences and memories that don't align with any coherent sense of self. What I saw there cannot be described, not because it was too terrible or too strange, but because it was simultaneously everything and nothing I expected. The recognition was immediate and complete, yet utterly foreign. The face that looked back carried features I knew intimately while belonging to someone I'd never met. The eyes held depths I'd never explored, yet their expression felt like coming home to a place I'd never been. The reaction was physical, visceral, complete. Every cell in this body recognized what it saw, while every thought rejected the impossible familiarity. The breath caught, held, released in a sound that might have been a sob or a laugh or something else entirely. The hands that gripped the sink edge belonged to the reflection, to the observer to neither, to both. From that moment, everything changed. Touch became a foreign language requiring translation. The texture of fabric, the temperature of air, the resistance of solid objects, all filtered through new neural pathways that interpreted sensation differently. The voice that emerged carried new harmonics, new resonances, as though the throat had been retuned to different frequencies. Breathing required conscious attention. Each inhalation, a deliberate act of drawing air into lungs that seemed to have different capacity, different rhythm, different needs. The heartbeat that had been growing foreign completed its transformation, settling into patterns that felt both alien and perfectly natural, like remembering how to perform a skill learned in another life. The house welcomed these changes with its own completion. Walls settled into their new proportions. Rooms embraced their altered dimensions. Furniture found its proper positions in arrangements that served needs I was only beginning to understand. The knocking ceased, its purpose fulfilled, its message delivered and received. Now I observe these hands as they move with newfound familiarity, performing tasks with muscle memory that belongs to experiences I'm still discovering. The skin appears exactly as it should, stretched over bones that know their proper configuration. When I flex these fingers, they respond with perfect timing. Extensions of will translated flawlessly into action. The breath that fills these lungs carries the weight it was meant to carry. Each inhalation creating sounds that resonate with comfortable familiarity. The voice that emerges when I speak aloud sounds exactly as a voice should sound, carrying tones and harmonics that feel like returning to a song I've always known how to sing. The memories that surface now arrive as natural recollections, experiences that belong to this consciousness, this identity, this continuous thread of being that stretches back through time in an unbroken line. The woman with silver hair was my grandmother. Her garden, a place of childhood summers, filled with flowers whose names I learned at her knee. The child's laughter echoed from rooms in houses where I lived and loved and grew into the person who now observes the world through eyes that see exactly what they should see. Each night, just as the clock shows its familiar hour, I find myself drawn to the front door, not by knocking from without, but by a gentle urge to ensure the lock is secure, the threshold protected, the boundary between inside and outside properly maintained. hallway light flickers sometimes, casting shadows that dance with comfortable familiarity across walls that know their purpose and fulfill it well. The house responds to my presence with the subtle accommodations of a space that knows its occupant intimately. Lights dim when I prefer softer illumination. Floors yield slightly under footsteps that have worn these paths for longer than memory can measure. The walls breathe with rhythms that match my own, expanding and contracting in perfect synchronization with the life they contain and protect. Everything continues exactly as it should, each detail falling into place with the precision of a pattern completing itself, a cycle finding its proper rhythm, a story discovering its true narrator. Story 9. The candlelight flickered softly across the room, casting warm shadows that danced along the aging wallpaper. The air was hushed, save for the slow creaking of the wooden floor beneath my feet. Everything was as it should be, yet an inexplicable chill curled around my spine. As I moved towards the mantel, an odd sensation drew my gaze to the faded portrait hanging above it. The eyes, once static and captured in paint, seemed to shift ever so slightly, catching the flicker of the flame. I blinked, feeling the quickening of my pulse, as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting. I had come to this house to catalog its contents. The previous owner had left everything behind, and I was tasked with documenting each piece before the estate sale. Simple work, methodical and quiet. But from the first afternoon, I found myself returning to this particular room, drawn not by the antique furniture or delicate china, but by the portrait above the fireplace. The woman in the painting wore a deep burgundy dress, her pale hands folded in her lap. Her expression was serene, almost meditative, but her eyes held something else entirely. They seemed to follow me as I moved through the room, cataloging the ornate clock, the leather-bound books, the crystal vase that caught the light just so. I began to notice small things. The way dust motes seemed to avoid the space directly in front of the portrait. How the floorboards beneath it never creaked, no matter how I stepped. The silence there felt different, thicker somehow, as if the air itself had weight. Each visit became longer. I would find excuses to linger, pretending to examine the brushwork or the quality of the frame. But really, I was watching her watch me. The woman's gaze had become familiar, almost comforting. I started bringing my lunch to eat in that room, sitting in the wingback chair, positioned perfectly to face the portrait. The house began to feel different around me. Rooms I had catalogued thoroughly would seem rearranged when I returned. A blue vase would appear green in different light. Books would be opened to pages I was certain I had left closed. The temperature would shift without warning, warmth bleeding into cold, cold pressing against my skin like fabric. I started staying later, working by candlelight when the electricity seemed unreliable. The flames never flickered near the portrait, burning straight and steady, as if protected from any disturbance. In that steady light, I could see her more clearly. The burgundy of her dress seemed to deepen, becoming rich as wine, as blood, as something I couldn't name. The boundaries of the room began to blur. I would reach for my notebook and find my hand empty. I would turn to leave and discover I was already sitting, had been sitting, would always be sitting in the wingback chair. The woman's expression never changed, but somehow I knew she was pleased. My reflection in the windows started to lag behind my movements. I would lift my hand and see the gesture completed a breath later in the glass. The delay grew longer each passing visit. Sometimes I would catch sight of myself still sitting when I was certain I had stood to leave. The portrait's eyes were no longer following me. They were leading me. I found myself moving where they directed, drawn to corners of the room I had previously ignored. Behind the heavy curtains, the wallpaper showed different patterns. The books on the shelves rearranged their titles when I wasn't looking directly at them. I began to understand that I was no longer cataloging the house. The house was cataloging me. Each movement, each breath, each flutter of my pulse was being carefully documented by something that watched through painted eyes. The woman in the portrait had become a window, and something else was looking through. The air grew solid around me, pressing against my skin like velvet, like water, like earth. My footsteps made no sound because I was no longer walking. I was floating, suspended in the thick silence that surrounded the portrait. The candlelight cast no shadows because I was becoming shadow myself. The woman's hands, once folded peacefully in her lap, now rested on the arms of her chair. The chair that matched the one I sat in. The chair I had always sat in. The chair that was mine because I was hers, because we were the same, because there had never been any difference at all. My notebook fell from hands nearly solid. The pages scattered like leaves, like dust, like memories of a person who had once believed they were separate from what they observed. The words on those pages rearranged themselves, forming new sentences, new truths about the house and its contents. The portrait frame expanded, or perhaps I contracted. The burgundy dress felt smooth against skin that had forgotten the texture of flesh. My reflection in the windows had stopped lagging because there was nothing left to reflect. I had become the observer and the observed, the watcher and the watched. The candlelight continued to flicker softly across the room, casting warm shadows that danced along the aging wallpaper. The air was hushed, save for the slow creaking of wooden floors beneath feet that would never come. Everything was as it should be, as it had always been, as it would always be. From within the portrait, I watch the empty room with painted eyes that see everything. The wingback chair sits vacant, waiting for the next visitor, the next observer who believes they are separate from what they study. The house holds its breath, patient and eternal. I am the woman in burgundy now, hands folded peacefully in my lap, expression serene and meditative. But my eyes hold something else entirely, something that watches and waits and draws the unwary closer with each flicker of candlelight. The room breathes around me, through me, as me. I am the silence between creaks, the space between shadows, the pause between heartbeats of those who will come to catalog and document and observe. They will find my notebook, pages scattered and rearranged, telling a story they will not understand until it is too late, until they too become part of the collection. Another portrait on another wall, watching with eyes that were once their own, but now belong to the house, to the silence, to the endless observation that never ends. Story 10. Hash the silent metronome. In the dim light of my study, the heavy oak desk stood silent, papers meticulously arranged and waiting for attention. The air barely stirred as I sat in my leather chair, the familiar scent of aged books enveloping the room. My gaze fell upon the old grandfather clock in the corner, its polished wood gleaming softly. I had always admired its steadfast ticking, a calming metronome that anchored my thoughts. Today, something was off. As I glanced at its face, the hands seemed to quiver ever so slightly, as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Yet the air was still. I shook my head, chalking it up to fatigue, and returned to my work. But the sensation lingered a faint unease, as if the clock had drawn a breath, its tick slower than before. It stood there, unchanged, yet different, as if trying to catch my eye again. I pushed my chair back and approached the timepiece, my footsteps muffled by the Persian rug beneath. The wood felt cool under my fingertips as I traced the intricate carvings along its frame. The steady rhythm continued, yet something in the sound had shifted. Each tick carried a hollow quality, as though the mechanism had grown larger inside its wooden shell. My fingers found the brass key hanging from a chain on the side. I turned it slowly, feeling the familiar resistance of the spring mechanism. But as I wound it, the ticking seemed to deepen, each sound reverberating through the floorboards and into my bones. I stepped back, watching the pendulum swing with its hypnotic motion. That evening, I found myself unable to concentrate on anything but the sound. It followed me from room to room, a persistent whisper that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I pressed my ear against the study door, listening. The ticking continued, but underneath it, I detected something else, a soft scratching, like fingernails against wood. I returned to the clock and opened the glass front panel. The pendulum swung freely, its brass surface reflecting the lamplight. Behind it, the wooden back panel appeared normal, save for a series of thin scratches I had never noticed before. They formed no discernible pattern, yet they seemed deliberate, as if someone had been marking something from the inside. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of the clock's face, its hands spinning backward while the ticking grew louder and more insistent. I woke to find the sound had followed me into consciousness, echoing through the house, even though the study door remained closed. The following morning, I decided to document what I was experiencing. I retrieved a small recording device from my desk drawer and placed it near the clock. The microphone picked up the familiar ticking, but when I played back the recording, I heard something that made my skin crawl. Between each tick was a barely audible whisper, so faint it might have been static, yet unmistakably human. I played the recording again, adjusting the volume. The whispers became clearer, though I could not make out any words. They seemed to be speaking in a language I almost recognized, syllables that tugged at the edges of my memory. I transcribed what I heard phonetically, filling several pages with with strange combinations of letters that looked foreign yet familiar. The scratches on the back panel had grown more pronounced. I ran my fingers over them, feeling the grooves cut deep into the wood. They were warm to the touch, as if the wood had been recently carved. I fetched a magnifying glass and examined them more closely. What I had initially taken for random marks now revealed themselves as symbols crude but deliberate, arranged in rows like text. I spent the afternoon researching similar markings in my collection of antiquarian books. The closest match I found was in a treatise on medieval craftsmanship, describing marks left by clockmakers to ward off evil spirits. But these symbols were different, more angular, more urgent. They seemed to pulse under the magnifying glass, though I knew that was impossible. That evening, the whispers grew louder. I no longer needed the recording device to hear them. They seemed to emanate from the clock itself, rising and falling with the pendulum's swing. I placed my hand against the wooden case and felt it vibrate with each syllable, as if the entire structure had become a resonating chamber for voices from somewhere else. I decided to stay awake and observe the clock throughout the night. I positioned my chair facing it directly and settled in with a notebook and pen. The first few entries were mundane, noting the steady rhythm, the play of shadows across the clock face, the way moonlight caught the brass fittings. But as the night deepened, changes began to manifest. The pendulum's arc seemed to widen slightly with each swing, though the mechanism showed no signs of disturbance. The whispers grew more distinct, and I began to recognize recurring sounds that might have been words. I wrote them down as best I could. Veth, Mor, Kes. Around what I estimated to be midnight, the clock face began to emit a faint luminescence. Not the reflection of external light, but something from within, as if the numbers themselves were glowing. I approached cautiously, my notebook clutched in my trembling hands. The brass hands cast sharp shadows that seemed to move independently of their position. I pressed my ear against the glass and heard something that made my blood freeze. Behind the whispers, beneath the ticking, came the sound of breathing. Slow, deliberate inhalations and exhalations, as if something large was sleeping inside the clock's wooden frame. I jerked back, nearly dropping my notebook. The breathing continued, growing more pronounced. I could see the glass panel fogging slightly with each exhalation, though though the temperature in the room remained constant. I reached for my recording device again, desperate to capture evidence of what I was experiencing. But when I pressed record, the device emitted only static, as if something was interfering with its operation. I returned to my desk and began writing frantically, documenting every detail I could observe. The symbols on the back panel were now clearly visible without the magnifying glass, glowing with the same faint light as the clock face. They seemed to shift and rearrange themselves as I watched, forming new patterns that hurt my eyes to follow. The whispers began to synchronize with the breathing, creating a rhythm that was almost musical. I found myself swaying slightly, caught up in the hypnotic cadence. My handwriting became looser, more flowing, as if I were taking dictation rather than recording my own observations. When I looked down at my notebook, I discovered I had been writing the same symbols I had seen on the clock. My pen had moved of its own accord, filling page after page with the angular marks. I tried to stop, but my hand continued moving, driven by some compulsion I could not resist. The clock's glow intensified, casting everything in the study into sharp relief. Books threw long shadows across the walls, and my own reflection in the glass panel appeared distorted, elongated. I watched in horror as my reflection's mouth moved in sync with the whispers, though I was certain I was not speaking. I stood abruptly, knocking over my chair. The sound echoed strangely in the room, as if the walls had grown thicker. I backed toward the door, but found I could not look away from the clock. Its presence had become magnetic, drawing my attention with an almost physical force. The breathing inside the clock grew deeper, more urgent. The wooden case began to creak and strain, as if something was pressing against it from within. Hairline cracks appeared in the finish, spreading outward from the base like a spider's web. Through these cracks seeped a darkness that was more than the absence of light. It was the presence of something else entirely. I fumbled for the door handle, my notebook falling to the floor. The pages scattered, revealing that every sheet was now covered with the strange symbols. They seemed to writhe on the paper, rearranging themselves into new configurations. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but the door would not budge. It was as if the frame had warped, sealing me inside with whatever was awakening in the clock. The whispers rose to a crescendo, and I finally understood one word clearly. Come. It was not a request, but a command, spoken in a voice that resonated from somewhere deep within the timepiece. The clock face cracked down the middle, and through the fissure, I glimpsed something that defied description, a space that extended far beyond the physical dimensions of the case. I pressed myself against the door, my heart pounding so loudly it competed with the clock's rhythm. The breathing had become a roar, and the wooden case bulged outward as if something immense was trying to force its way through. The symbols on the scattered pages began to glow, lifting off the paper and floating in the air around me. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The whispers ceased, the breathing ended, the glow faded. The clock stood silent and still, its pendulum motionless. The cracks in the case remained, but the darkness that had seeped through them was gone. The door opened easily when I tried the handle again. I stumbled into the hallway, gasping for air that tasted of old wood and something else, something organic and ancient. Behind me, the study appeared normal, save for the scattered papers and the overturned chair. The clock resumed its steady ticking, as if nothing had happened, but I knew something fundamental had changed. The symbols I had written were burned into my memory, and I could feel them shifting and rearranging in my mind. The whispers had stopped, but only because they were no longer coming from the clock. They were coming from inside my head now, a constant murmur just below the threshold of consciousness. I left the house that night and have not returned. But wherever I go, I hear the ticking. It follows me through crowded streets and empty rooms, a reminder of what I witnessed and what now lives within me. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I catch myself whispering those same syllables, my voice joining the chorus that echoes from somewhere beyond the boundaries of measured existence. The clock still stands in my study, I am certain, waiting, breathing, counting down to something I helped set in motion, but will never understand.